You may be seated. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. I'm waiting to make eye contact with everyone. Welcome back. We're going to get going where we left off yesterday. So the witness was passed for cross-examination, and that's where we're going to start. Mr. Gross, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have you talked to anybody since we broke yesterday
No, I've spoken to my mother.
on the phone from the jail?
Yes.
When you were down in Costa Rica, August 20th, 2021, you were interviewed by the equivalent of Costa Rican Child Protective Services, right?
Yes, I was.
It's called PANI down there, right?
Yes, it is.
What you told the jury yesterday, you didn't tell any of that to PANI down in Costa Rica, did you?
No, I did not.
You were interviewed on August 23rd, 2021. They're at the Costa Rica law enforcement office, correct?
Yes.
And when you spoke to the law enforcement folks in Costa Rica, Julian, Igualada, Jorge Rojas, you didn't tell them any of the things you told the jury yesterday, did you?
No, I did not.
And then on August 24th, 2021, you were again interviewed by law enforcement in Costa Rica, correct?
Yes.
And what you told the jury yesterday, you didn't tell law enforcement any of that in August 24th, 2021, did you?
Not all of it.
None of it, right?
There were some things that I told the agents.
Well, on August 26th, 2021, with Detective Garcia, you told the prosecutor yesterday you lied to Detective Garcia, right?
Yes, I did.
So are you telling the jury today that on August 24th, 2021, 2 days before you're interviewed by Detective Garcia on the 26th, that you didn't lie on August 24th, 2021?
I didn't understand what you had said. I'm sorry. I thought you meant with Detective Garcia.
Okay, well, so on August 24th, 2021, when you were interviewed, you didn't tell them on the 24th anything that you told the jury yesterday, did you?
No, I did not.
And then you did a debrief with the prosecutors in this case at the DA's office on October 12th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You lied to them, right?
Yes.
And then these prosecutors, you did an interview with them before you did your plea on April 25th, 2024, correct?
Yes.
And you lied to them, didn't you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You lied to the prosecutors on April 25th, 2024, didn't you?
April 25th? No.
No? Well, you had a phone call with your mom on April 25th, 2024, right?
I talk to her every day, so.
And you told her on April 25th, 2024 that the prosecutors thought you were lying, right?
Yes.
And you tried lying to the prosecutors and got caught, right?
I had said something that slipped my mind. That's what it was.
So you're telling the jury today that when you lie, it just slips your mind?
No, that's not what I mean.
You lied to the prosecutors last month on April 25th, correct?
Correct.
And you told your mom, you know what? I think I'm going to stop my depressants, my medication, so I can be emotional in front of the jury when I testify, right?
I want to be intact with my emotions, and I wanted to make sure that all of my memories, because my antidepressants make me groggy and forgetful, so I wanted to make sure that I had.
You didn't tell your mom that, did you? You told your mom you want to be emotional in front of the jury, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you stopped taking your meds, right?
That's one of the reasons.
And then you get this plea agreement on May 8th, 2024, where you got a cap of 15 to do, right?
Yes.
For all the things you said yesterday to this jury, these ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you get a 15-year cap, right?
That's correct.
And you've been telling your mom to do anything you did to get a low sentence, right?
Yes, that's correct.
In other words, it's up to these gentlemen, these prosecutors in the room today, what they suggest to the judge for a sentence, right?
I don't know how that works.
Well, it's based on your testimony today, made that clear to you, right?
Yes.
You've debriefed with these prosecutors many times, right?
Yes.
And during those debriefs, it's been made clear to you that if you do a good job on the stand for these prosecutors, then they're going to recommend a lower sentence, right?
Objection argumentative, assumes facts and
Correct?
That's not correct. the plea bargain was that I come up here and I tell the truth.
So they've told you to tell the truth,
Yes,
knowing that you lied on August 20th, 2021, August 23rd, 2021, August 24th, 2021, August 25th, 2021, October 12th, 2022, and to these prosecutors, right?
correct.
All those lies, and you're expecting these ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe you that Daniel Garcia caused these injuries to Dominic. Is that your testimony today?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Sure. All these lies you've made, now you want this jury to believe that Daniel Garcia is the one that caused these injuries to Dominic, correct?
I'm just telling the truth. I didn't, he's the one that did it. I was there, I saw it.
Well, it's true that Dominic, when he soiled his hands, you spanked him so hard, your hands started to hurt, and you started feeling the anger, and you needed to walk away, right?
Yes, that's true.
Right? You didn't tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury this, did you?
No, I did not.
What else did you do when your anger started to get the best of you? Tell the jury what other injuries you did to Dominic.
I didn't do anything else. I
Well,
would spank him, but
so you agree that Dominic told you, I don't want you to be my mom,
yes, that's true.
right?
Yes,
And
that's
that's
true.
because how you were treating Dominic, correct?
No, that's because when we were at Daniel's house and he was spanking him, he was upset with me that I was allowing it to happen.
It's true that you told Detective Garcia on October 6, 2021, that what happened to Dominic in the hotel room was so random and unexpected, right?
Yes,
Random and unexpected, right?
yes,
Yet you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that injuries happened in Hotel 1, Hotel 2, and Hotel 3, right?
yes.
You never told Detective Garcia about Hotel 1, Hotel 2 injuries, did you?
I just put them all together. Everything during that time was,
You're the one that caused the injuries to Dominic, aren't you?
no, that's not true.
Okay, so you make up Hotel 1 and 2, and you tell the jury about that yesterday, correct?
No, I did not make that up.
You never told Detective Garcia, did you?
I did not.
You never told the prosecutors on October 12th, 2022, did you?
I did not.
You didn't even tell them on April 25th, 2024 about 3 hotel rooms, did you?
I don't recall that.
Well, that was just last month, right?
Yes,
You remember telling Detective Garcia on August 26, 2021 that, hey, Daniel disciplined his kids, I disciplined my kids, right?
yes.
In other words, hey, Daniel, you're responsible for your kids, right?
Correct,
And I'm going to be responsible for my kids, Dominic and Avani, right?
correct.
And you told Detective Garcia on August 26, 2021, when he asked you if you thought Daniel had done anything wrong, you said, I don't know, right?
That's correct.
I don't know. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't tell the jury this yesterday, did you?
It wasn't asked.
You're the one that caused the injuries to Dominic, aren't you?
That's the answer.
No.
Overruled.
That's why you told Detective Garcia on August 26, 2021, I don't know if Daniel did anything wrong, right?
That's incorrect. The reason that I said that to Detective Garcia was because I was in denial. I didn't want to believe that the abuse that Dominic was enduring from Daniel was what caused him to pass away.
In denial?
Yes.
You're the one that testified yesterday that you said, look, I got mad at Daniel when he supposedly broke Dominic's jaw. I got mad at him and said, what the hell? That was your testimony yesterday, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
So you bowed up on Daniel according to your testimony when he broke Dominic's jaw. Is that right?
What does bowed up mean?
So you got mad at Dominic, right?
I got mad at Daniel.
At Daniel.
Yes.
And you claim to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you got mad at Daniel, yet you didn't call the police or anything. You're mad enough at Daniel, you said, yes, you flipped him off, right?
Yes, I did.
Yet you didn't call the police or EMS. That's your testimony, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Is that right?
Yeah.
Even though you had the presence of mind, the anger in your head that you told Daniel what the hell and flipped him off, and you still didn't have the presence of mind to call the police or EMS. Is that your testimony?
I wasn't in my right state of mind, so
You're the one that inflicted those injuries on Dominic,
I
aren't
asked and answered.
you?
no, I
Right?
didn't.
Well, this is cross-examination.
And you came up with a story yesterday that Dominic bit Daniel?
He bit him.
You
Daniel.
never said that to Detective Garcia, did you?
No, I hadn't recalled it at that time when I was being interviewed by Detective Garcia.
How about a year later when you're being interviewed by the prosecutor at the DA's office on October 12, 2022? You never said anything about that, did you?
I did not.
And you told your mom that you were going to do homework and write down everything you were going to say bad about Daniel, didn't you?
I didn't say that I was gonna write down everything bad I was gonna say. I just told her that I was gonna do homework and try to get as much as I could out of my head.
Yet you didn't admit any of the injuries you inflicted on Dominic, did you?
I spanked him.
Did I understand you yesterday correctly when you talked to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you see all these injuries on Dominic in Hotel 1 and Hotel 2 and Hotel 3, and you're down in the car, and Dominic comes down throwing up, and Daniel takes him upstairs, and you stay on your phone and look at social media? That's what you testified to yesterday, isn't it?
Yes, I was on social media. I stayed with the kids because there was 4 of them all together, so I strapped up the kids. He said that he was gonna take Dominic, so he took Dominic upstairs.
So yes, you stayed on social media. I mean, you told the jury yesterday that his jaw was broken in Hotel 2, wherever that came from. And Hotel 1 had these injuries. And you're claiming to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that he was in such bad shape in Hotel 3, and when he starts throwing up, you stay on the phone in the car and look at social media for 15 minutes?
I didn't say that his jaw was broken. I said that it was tilted and bruised.
Well, your
and-
testimony yesterday was that jaw was slanted.
Yeah, it was slanted, but I didn't say the word broken. I'm not a physician. I don't know if it's
Well,
broken.
you caused the slanted jaw, didn't you?
No, I did
At the
not.
same time, you were spanking him so hard your hand hurt and you could feel the anger, right?
No, that's not correct.
You want the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe you that Daniel went with you to Colorado?
He's the one that drove the car.
You want the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe that you said, hey, let's go to Colorado instead of the hospital down the road?
That's the truth. I can't tell you why that's what was going on in my head at that moment, but that's the truth.
And you want the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe that you strapped a dead child into the back seat of your car?
Yes, I did do that. I strapped him in
And
the back
you
seat.
want the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe that Daniel ties a rope to the steering wheel and scales down a ravine, and you helped it back up?
Yes, that's correct. That's what happened.
Who you claim is the person that inflicted these injuries on Dominic?
Yes.
You didn't just cut the rope and let him fall down the ravine to his death?
No, I did not.
And you claimed yesterday that Daniel told you to stop using your cell phone so you couldn't be tracked?
Yes.
Yet, you call your mom and ask her for money?
Yes, that's correct.
And yet, you look up ants on YouTube on your phone?
He told me to look up the ants on YouTube.
And the park ranger. You testified yesterday that the park ranger was there, yet you didn't say anything to the park ranger. Is that your testimony from yesterday?
That's correct.
And then, a person you claim caused these injuries to your child, you have sex with in Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica? That's your testimony?
I did have intimate relations with him, yes.
I'm sorry?
I did have intimate relations with him,
You
yes.
had sex with him.
Yes.
The guy you claim caused these injuries in Hotel 1, 2, and 3, you had sex with him?
It took me a while to come to terms with everything that happened, and I still loved him at that time. I know, but it's true.
Let's talk about that a minute. So, you had WhatsApp messages between you and Daniel down in Costa Rica, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
August 22nd, 2021. August 22nd, 2021, 10:30 at night. You said to Daniel, "Good night, baby, I love you, sweet dreams," right?
Yes.
And then, again, you have a conversation with Daniel on WhatsApp on August 23rd, 2021. And you say, "Good night, baby, sweet dreams, I love you, baby," right?
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And you said, "I love you, I know I've said it a lot, but I can't say it enough, so get smothered with it, I love you." You said that, right?
I don't recall saying that specifically, but if it's on record, it must be.
Judge Van Prosh, refresh your memory.
Yes.
I'm showing you your WhatsApp from that night of August 23rd, 2021.
What is the exhibit number?
That's you, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Gross,
Yes.
I need an exhibit number.
Oh, I don't have an exhibit yet.
That would be your 3.
Thanks, Judge. And that's what you said, right? On August 23rd, 2021 at 10:07 p.m. "I love you. I know I've said it a lot, but I can't say it enough, so get smothered with it. I love you," right?
Correct.
And you also said to Daniel on WhatsApp on August 25th, 2021 at 9:05 p.m., "I value what we have too, baby," right?
Yes.
August 25th, 2021, after you claim, this is after you showed the FBI where the body was in Colorado, right?
Correct.
After you show the FBI where the body is, you sent a WhatsApp to Daniel saying, "I value what we have too, baby." Then you said, when they, same night, August 25th, 2021 at 10:02 p.m., "When they asked me about you, I said, you're a great man, father, and that you care," right?
Correct.
And that's because Daniel did not inflict these injuries on Dominic, did he?
That's not true.
All we have to believe is you as to who inflicted those damages on Dominic, correct?
We were the only 2 adults there.
You're the only one who can testify about who inflicted those injuries on Dominic, right?
Correct.
Yet you have lied so many times, you're having a hard time keeping the lie straight, aren't you?
No, that's not true.
And you want this jury, the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, to believe that the gentleman who inflicted these damages on your son not only had sex with you in multiple countries afterwards, but on the night you find the remains with the Bureau, you say, "When they asked me about you, I said, you're a great man and father and that you care," correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
That's what I told him, but... What was it?
And then on August 26th, 2021, the day you are interviewed by Detective Garcia, you say, "I feel bad because you're not with me. I blame myself for that." You said that, didn't you?
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And then on August 26th, 2021, again, the same day you meet with Detective Garcia, you say, I don't want you to leave me." And then you say, "I fucked up as a parent and I failed both of my children." Your words, isn't it?
Because I did. I did mess up as a parent.
No, it's because you inflicted those injuries on Dominic and you're trying to blame Daniel Garcia, aren't you?
No, that's not true.
Your testimony yesterday was that I wanted to show them where the remains were located, correct?
Yes,
Because it was the right thing to do, right?
that's correct.
Yet you lied about where the body was located. You claimed it was buried in a different place, didn't you?
Because that's what,
No, ma'am. It's a yes or no answer.
okay,
Correct?
yes, that's correct.
And, you know, you've got an anger problem, don't you?
I did.
And you get violent with your kids, don't you?
No, I don't.
Okay, like for instance, you had a conversation with your mom where you were very disappointed, you were angry about your kids, and you said your words like, fuck bro, she's a fucking baby, you want to fucking go murder somebody? Go do it, fuck her up. Your words, right?
I don't recall that.
Well, why not? That's a pretty volatile statement to make, right?
Yes, it
And
is.
then your mom told you, look, try not to fight anymore in jail, try to control yourself more, right? Right?
Yes,
And that's because you have anger problems, don't you?
I had anger problems. I'm working on my anger issues.
Now, you've been having conversations with Daniel's ex-wife, Samantha, haven't you?
I had one conversation with her.
Because you guys want to get together and concoct a story against Daniel, don't you?
Objection,
No.
argumentative, that's not a question.
Overruled, I'm going to ask that you stand when you address the court. Overruled.
No?
No, that's not correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Hey, Judge. So, when you met with myself and Nathan, Maury, my partner, and Sarah, April 25th, you talked about something that slipped your mind.
Yes,
What was that?
it was the water bottles.
What about the water bottles?
I had said that I didn't know how they ended up down there.
What did you eventually tell or say in our conversation?
That the reason that they ended up down there was because Daniel wanted to use them to reposition the body. So throwing them at the body.
And who threw them?
I did.
Did I confront you about that?
Yes, you did.
Are you telling the truth?
Yes, I am.
So let's talk about the burial. Why did you lie about the burial?
Because that's what was supposed to happen. And I felt very ashamed to say that his body was just left on the side of a mountain in the way that it was. That wasn't the plan. The plan was that he was going to take me somewhere where I could bury him in a peaceful manner.
So let's talk about when you took them, when I say them, law enforcement, to the body. Was Daniel there with you taking them to the body?
No, he was not. He was still in Costa Rica.
At any point have you hit any of your children in the face?
No.
While you were in Florida, had you ever been investigated by Child Protective Services?
Yes, I have.
And in any of those investigations, were you the subject of the person who caused physical abuse?
No.
What were those investigations about?
One of the investigations was because DJ, my daughter's biological father, came into the house and was throwing things around and breaking things. So I'm not sure if it was my mother or my sister that called the cops and CPS showed up because the abuse happened when the children were present.
What about poor hygiene of Dominic?
No, it wasn't poor hygiene. He had a skin condition. He had eczema, so he would get little bumps and rashes on the creases of his body.
What about neglect? Were you investigated for neglect?
No, I was not.
Were your kids ever removed from your care when you were in Florida?
No, they were not.
Did CPS over there in Florida actually come in and do a home study?
Yes, they did. They did a home study. They interviewed me and my family and the kids.
I can't recall if I asked you, but how old was Dominic when you left him on the side of the mountain?
He was 5 years old.
And his full name was what?
Dominic Patrick Aguilar.
And did he have another last name?
No, he just had, on the paperwork it says Acevedo, and I think that's because I have two last names, but he only has the one.
And so your full name is?
Nicole Cristina Aguilar Acevedo.
At any point did I, in our interviews, when I'm speaking about myself and Nathan, did I tell you or suggest you need to tell a particular story?
No, you did not. You just said that we're here for the truth.
You get to Costa Rica and you lie to your dad about what happened to Dominic, right?
Yes, I did.
Your mom flies all the way down from Florida to Costa Rica and you lie to her about what happened to Dominic, right?
Yes, I did.
And we've gone over all these law enforcement folks you lied to, right?
Correct.
And then we talked about you lying to the prosecutors, right?
Correct.
So there's no way this jury could believe you under oath beyond a reasonable doubt in this case, correct?
That's not correct. I know that I messed up. I know that I wasn't honest, but I just want to tell the truth. I know that it's...
Not responsive, Your Honor.
Oh,
We have no further questions.
So is he excused, or you have more questions?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick morning break. Go validate your parking, don't forget. I'm going to take a plea on another matter, and then I'll bring you back in.
To the jury and spell your first and last name for the court clerk.
My name is Julian Igualada, spelled Julian. Last name Igualada, Igualada. I am a special agent with the FBI assigned to the FBI New Orleans field office.
And how long have you been with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
16 years.
And where are you originally from?
I am originally from Panama.
And so back in 2021, around July and August of 2021, were you employed with the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Where were you stationed?
I was assigned to the legal attaché office of the FBI at the U.S. Embassy in Panama with responsibilities over FBI matters in Panama, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua.
And how long have you been on that assignment?
I was arrived in 2019, July 2019.
And currently you're stationed out of the New Orleans office?
FBI New Orleans office is my current assignment, yes.
So could you explain to the jury, you your question?
Yes.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Did she indicate to you that she had been at different hotels in San Antonio?
Yes, she did.
And while speaking to you, did she indicate the last hotel and the address of where you had been at?
She indicated that she was staying at a Wood Springs Hotel in the Sam's Fort area, North San Antonio.
What did she tell you about Dominic and I guess his time in San Antonio, his last moments?
Nicole stated that Dominic was feeling sick for a few days, vomiting. She didn't think much of it. She thought it was because of the food that they were eating, a lot of junk food. She stated that, and then she went on to say what happened the night of Saturday, July 25th.
Did she tell you that Dominic went unconscious?
She advised, and she went downstairs to the parking lot the night of the 25th, and Dominic began to vomit, at which time Daniel Garcia took Dominic up to their room, and she waited downstairs. She waited in the parking lot with the remaining kids, Daniela, Alejandro, and Ivani. She stated that about 20 minutes later, Daniel Garcia returned to the parking lot, stating that something was wrong with Dominic, at which point she proceeded to get up to the room to find out what happened.
Did she describe to you about taking Dominic's body out of state?
She stated that she found Dominic's unresponsive body inside the bathtub, and she proceeded to conduct CPR on Dominic with negative results.
Did she tell you that she took the body, her and Daniel, into the car and went to another state?
The following morning, she stated that they decided to drive up to Colorado to dispose of the body.
Did she describe that disposal as a burial?
She advised, and she wanted to give Dominic a burial in Colorado, since she had promised him to take him to Colorado to see snow, and that they proceeded to drive up to the Rocky Mountains to find a place where he could be buried.
What did she say after that? Do you recall?
She stated that they parked their vehicle in a gravel parking lot, walked about an hour, set up a tent campsite, and that night Daniel Garcia proceeded to dig a hole in which they placed Dominic's body. They left the area right after, driving south to San Antonio originally, but then decided to continue to south into Mexico and cross the border consequently.
May I press Judge Lee?
Yes.
Showing you what's already been entered into evidence. State's Exhibit 13. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is State's Exhibit 13?
It's the car that I observed outside Nicole's father's residence in Sarapiquí, Costa Rica, the day that I interviewed Nicole on Wednesday, August 18, 2021.
Had Nicole told you that after burying the body that they drove down to Costa Rica in Daniel's car?
She stated that they drove the car that was parked outside her father, Christian Aguilar, was the car that they used to drive up to Colorado and down to Costa Rica.
And that car that we see in State's Exhibit 13, does it have license plates from the state in the United States?
Yes, he has a Florida license plate, Hotel Papa Sierra Victor 31.
So after the interview with Nicole, is there a point that you meet up with Nicole in Miami, Florida?
So after the interview with Nicole, I briefly spoke with her mother, Shirley, and I advised that if Nicole changed her mind about coming back to the United States and assist the United States government in finding the body, to let me know. I received a call from Shirley on Friday, August the 20th, advising that they were going to fly to Miami.
Sustained.
So let's, without saying anything that anybody told you, after receiving a call from Shirley, did you then go to Miami?
I met up with Shirley and Nicole in Miami Monday, August 23rd, 2023. We met at the Miami International Airport.
You said 2023 was
2021, I'm sorry.
At that point, did you have any conversation or discussion with Nicole Aguilar where she changed some parts of her story?
Right before boarding the plane, Nicole advised that she needed to provide clarification to the location of Daniel's body.
What did she then tell you?
That's all she said. I advised her that she needed to do that once we get to Denver, to the investigators in Denver.
Did you then go to Denver?
Yes, we did.
And after going to Denver, was there another team of FBI agents and an SAPD detective that progressed with the case of finding the bodies?
Correct. So my role was to introduce Nicole to the San Antonio investigator and the team from Denver, the ERT team, evidence response team, to Nicole.
And then after you did those introductions, did you then return back to your normal duties as a FBI agent, special agent?
Correct.
So you went back to Central America?
I accompanied Nicole and the team to the location, the vicinity of the location where the body was found. After the body was located, I returned back to the hotel that same afternoon, and then the following day, I returned back to Panama.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Sir, just to clarify, the only hotel Nicole told you about was, I think you said it was the Wood Spring Hotel, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Right. No further question.
May he be excused?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Let me just see if I need another question.
No problem. No problem. Take your time.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
When she provided you the information about the Wood Spring Hotel, Fort Sam area, did you inform other FBI agents or law enforcement personnel that that was a location that they had been in San Antonio?
The same morning, I received a complaint from our FBI complaint system stating the allegations that Shirley had made the day prior. In that complaint, there was an officer as a point of contact. The officer was Matthew Melia. I contacted Officer Melia, or Agent Melia, and advised of our situation in Costa Rica.
And going back to your interview, did Nicole describe that they were constantly changing hotel and lodging locations in San Antonio?
Jackie here, leading, Your Honor.
Approval.
She did. When I asked why they were changing hotels, she advised because they were looking for a job.
Pass witness, sir.
Follow up?
Real briefly, Your Honor. You asked Nicole if she remember seeing any visible marks or injuries on Dominic's body, right?
Yes, sir.
And she said, no, she did not see any visible marks or injuries on Dominic's body, right?
Correct.
Right. No further questions.
No further questions, Judge. May be excused.
Yes, not subject to recall, right?
Please take.
Okay, thank you, agent, you may be excused. Thank you for being here. All your names, please?
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
defendant, state called Jorge Rojas this time.
Okay, you may proceed. The witness has been sworn.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. My first name is Jorge. My last name is Rojas.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm currently employed by the U.S. government, particularly the U.S. Embassy in San Jose, Costa Rica. I've been with the U.S. Embassy for 20 years and 6 months.
And in August of 2021, how are you employed?
I was employed at that moment by the Office of Diplomatic Security, which is a federal agency. I work for that particular agency since November 2003 until April last year. That's a State Department agency.
The State Department, okay. And in August of 2021, did you receive a inquiry from an organization or an agency by the name of PANI?
Yes, sir. Initially, I received a phone call from retired former OIJ agent. OIJ is the equivalent of the FBI for Costa Rica. So he called me initially. He sent me a message because he said there was an urgent matter that he wanted to bring up to the attention of the U.S. Embassy because he had a friend of him who was going through a specific situation and they wanted to get in touch with the U.S. Embassy. That was on August the 16th. That day, the embassy was closed on observance of a Costa Rican holiday, the Mother's Day. So I called him back.
Your Honor, objection, narrative, overruled.
You can continue.
Thank you. So I called him back, and then he explained to me that a friend of him, her name was Shirley, had contacted him and explained to him that they were going through a weird situation, that they were not very clear what was going on, but her grandchild didn't come to Costa Rica the way they were supposed to come. She had Shirley fled to Costa Rica. She learned that her grandson wasn't in Costa Rica as she was believing that was the case. So that's how I got involved initially.
And were you able to, and the name of that child that was missing, do you remember the name of that child was?
Dominic, yes, sir. So basically, I told him, well, the embassy is closed right now. You can go to the embassy. If it is an urgent matter, they can put you in contact with the duty officer, or if you want, you can give me her contact information, or give her my contact information. She can call me, and then I can see what we can do for her. So, a couple hours later, maybe an hour later, I got a phone call from Carolina Castillo, and Carolina Castillo was sitting right next to Shirley Acevedo. That's when they explained to me what was going on at that moment. It was very confusing, the information at that moment.
And so did you learn that there were 3 people from the United States that had entered the country, a Daniel Garcia, a Nicole Aguilar, and a Avani Aguilar?
Correct, sir.
And so with your time and your duties at the State Department, were you able to see the travel and immigration records of those individuals?
Correct.
What did you learn when you looked at those?
But the first thing that we attempted to do was to fully identify the names, because we didn't have the names. So what we had at that moment was a license plate of a Volkswagen Jetta, a license plate, and first name of the first name that was provided to me at that moment was Daniel.
So let me approach. May I approach?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 13, was that the license plate that you were provided?
Yeah, it ends in 31.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
And that's the Florida license plate, and you were provided with the name of Daniel?
Daniel? Yes, sir.
And so after you received that information, what did you do?
So the information that was provided to me at the moment was a male from Florida who was driving this car. His first name was Daniel. He was a Cuban descendant or Cuban American. Both persons that spoke to me at that moment, they weren't sure about it. They were not fully sure about the information. So they said that to me, provided the license plate. So the first thing that I did, I collect all the information. I wrote down all the information. I called my supervisor, who is a federal agent, at that moment, the regional security officer in San Jose, Costa Rica, and then I told him what was going on, and then he said, well, please contact FBI, because I have a very good relationship with the FBI office in Panama, which is the office that at that moment was covering Costa Rica. We have an FBI office now in Costa Rica, but at that moment, Panama was covering Costa Rica. So I immediately contact Julian Igualdada, who is an FBI agent, and then Julian told me, hey Jorge, I'm going to Costa Rica tomorrow. So give me the information, we're gonna work on this right now. So I provided the information to Julian about the license plate. He ran the license plate, and then that night he got back to me and provided the name. The full name.
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative.
Sustained.
Were you able to get the full name of the person who was operating that vehicle?
Correct.
And who was that?
Daniel Garcia.
And so with that information, were you then able to check immigration records into the country of Costa Rica?
Correct, sir. Following morning, early in the morning, the first thing that I do, one of the first things that I did, I contact a person within the immigration office of Costa Rica and ask him to run the name that was given to me by Julian. And then he found that there was a record of entrance, an entry record to Costa Rica, August the 13th. The entrance happened around 16 and 30 hours more or less, so 4:30 p.m. more or less, and the entrance was coming from Nicaragua through a land border that is called tablillas. Costa Rica has two immigration posts with Nicaragua. One is called Peñas Blancas and the other one is called Tablillas in Los Chiles. So Daniel used that port of entrance to come into Costa Rica.
And were you able to identify whether he had other people with him during that port of entry?
So at that moment, we had already collected full names for Nicole and the full names for Ebony. So I asked him to run both names as well, and he couldn't find anything.
So what does that mean?
He couldn't find any entry record into Costa Rica. So at that moment, we're talking about early hours of Tuesday, 17th. Okay, 17th of August. Probably that was around between 8 or 9 in the morning. So we were very confused because we had an entry record of Daniel Garcia, but there was no record, no indication that Nicole and Ebony and Dominic, because we ran all the names, because we were not fully sure what was going on at that moment. Not even the family was clear what was going on at that moment. So we ran all the names and they couldn't find anything. No entry records came back.
But through your investigation and your involvement in this portion of this case, you were able to see Nicole Aguilar there in Costa Rica.
Yes, sir.
But there was not a record of Nicole Aguilar going to a port of entry.
That's the reason why we were very confused in the office, because we knew per the statements of Carolina and the statements from Gwendolyn, that is another person that I was in touch, and the statement from Shirley, Nicole's mother, that Nicole and Ebony were in Costa Rica. They were in Costa Rica that day, and they've been in Costa Rica for the last few days, but there was no entry record.
And so in your training and experience, do sometimes people cross ports of entry illegally where there would not be a record of them?
Correct. Yeah. If you pay a facilitator or you pay a smuggler, I mean, those are things that the people would do to avoid the regular ports of entry. However, those are things that probably are more common in people that are being smuggled or people that are trying to hide, not regular travelers.
Right. And so,
In our case, we were talking about Nicole was a citizen of Costa Rica, so she didn't have any reason not to just show up and say, hey, this is my name.
but Ivani also didn't have.
Bueno, we were actually very concerned because at that moment we couldn't understand how what was going on because we were talking about a child. So immigration should be very concerned if somebody would show up at the border with a child with no documentation, because what Shirley was telling us at that moment was that Ivani was born in the United States and she didn't have a passport, that she never applied for a passport. So we were not understanding at that moment how they even made it through.
Your Honor, objection, narrative.
Sustain, ask a question.
And so were you with Agent Igualada when he interviewed Nicole in Costa Rica?
Yes, sir.
You were present there in the room with him?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Rojas, thank you so much for being here today. You're excused, sir. Call your next witness.
May I approach?
Go ahead and get your witness up here. What's the witness's name?
You want both of them sworn and then Shirley Acevedo.
Sir, okay.
Toma asiento. puede acercar la silla lo más cercano para poder comunicar lo más alto que pueda en el micrófono.
Judge, may we approve?
Hello? I have to spell it, right?
Where are you from?
¿De dónde es usted?
Costa Rica,
Costa Rica.
Where do you currently live?
Actualmente, ¿dónde vive usted?
Florida, Boca Raton.
En Boca Raton, Florida.
How many children do you have?
¿Cuántos hijos tiene usted?
3.
3.
What are their names?
¿Cómo se llaman?
Nicole, Christopher, and Raquel.
Nicole, Christopher, and Raquel.
And let's talk about Nicole. Does Nicole have children?
¿Nicole tiene hijos?
Sí.
Yes.
What are their names?
¿Y cómo se llaman los niños?
A mí también, ¿verdad? Sí, los que tiene ahorita.
The one that she has right now, right? Including the baby?
What are, so all the children that Nicole
All the
has
children.
had, what are their names?
Que ella tiene. ¿Cómo se llaman?
Dominic, Ivani, and Abigail.
Dominic, Ivani, and Abigail.
And do those children live with you?
¿Esos niños viven con usted?
Sí.
Yes.
What about Dominic? Does Dominic doesn't live with you?
Dominic
Dominic.
vive con usted.
No.
No, Dominic doesn't.
At some point when Dominic was
En algún punto dado,
in Florida, did he live with you?
¿él vivió con usted?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know a Daniel Garcia?
¿Sabe cómo conoce usted a un Daniel García?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you see Daniel Garcia in the courtroom today?
¿Usted ve a Daniel García en esta sala el día de hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing that
¿Puede
he's wearing?
identificarlo a usted por un artículo de ropa que traiga puesto?
Su camisa es celeste.
His light blue shirt.
And the record reflected the witness identifies the defendant in the courtroom.
The record will so reflect.
When did you first meet Daniel Garcia?
¿Cuándo fue la primera vez que usted conoció a Daniel García?
¿Puedo hablar acá?
I can speak here, right?
En español.
In Spanish?
Cuando Nicole lo llevó a la casa fue ya más tarde.
When Nicole brought him home, it was already later on.
Okay.
No,
and
no fue un tiempo muy largo que ellos se conocieron.
They didn't know each other
No
for a
venía
long
mucho a la
time,
casa.
and he wouldn't come to the house too often.
but you met him in Florida.
Pero usted lo conoció en Florida.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you know if Daniel Garcia had children?
¿Sabe usted si Daniel García tenía hijos?
Sí.
Yes.
At that time when you met him in 2021 in Florida,
En Florida.
how many children did he have and what were their names?
¿Y cómo se llamaban ellos?
2,
2,
Daniela,
Daniela.
el pequeñito no me acuerdo.
I don't remember the little one's name.
Was the little one a boy or a girl?
El chiquito era niño o niña.
Niño.
Boy.
In Florida at your
En
residence,
su residencia de usted.
when the kids were staying with you or when they came over, would you all go to the pool sometimes?
¿Ustedes a veces iban a la alberca?
Sí.
Yes.
So let's talk about in April of 2021,
De 2021.
were your grandkids, Dominic
Dominique
and Avani,
e Iván
at the pool?
estaban en la alberca.
Sí.
Yes.
And were Daniel's
Y
children,
los hijos de Daniel,
Daniela
Daniela
and
y
the boy,
el chico,
Alexander,
Alexander,
at the pool?
estaban en la alberca.
Sí.
Yes.
At some point, did
En algún
Dominic
punto,
spit water at
Dominique descubrió
Daniela?
a Daniela.
Sí.
Yes.
And after
Y
that,
después de eso,
did Daniel,
Daniel,
Dominic,
Dominique
and
y
Nicole
Nicole
leave?
se fueron.
Sí. Y Vania también.
Yes, and so did Ivani.
Was there a time in April of 2021 that Dominic stayed at Daniel's parents' house with Daniel and Nicole for the entire week.
Sí, esa misma semana.
Yes, that same week.
A few months later, did you and Dominic go to Disney World?
La siguiente semana.
The following week.
And who else went on that trip?
Solo fuimos mi esposo, Nicole, los niños y yo.
It was only my husband, Nicole, the children, and me.
And when you say the children, who are you talking about?
Dominic and Ivani.
Dominic and Ivan.
Did Daniel Garcia go on that trip?
Daniel Garcia fue en ese viaje.
No.
No.
May I person witness trip?
Se va a hacer el testigo.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15.
La prueba número 15 de la fiscalía.
Do you recognize that?
Eso soy yo y Dominic.
That's me and Dominic.
And is that photo a fair and accurate depiction of you and Dominic?
De usted y Dominic.
Sí.
Yes.
Where are you guys at
¿En
that,
dónde están
in that
en
picture?
esa foto?
Estábamos en un parque de Disney.
We were at a Disney park.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15 into evidence.
Judge may waive, Your Honor.
Está pidiendo permiso para... No.
So after the Disney trip,
Después del viaje
the Disney World trip,
Disney,
did you learn that
usted se enteró
Nicole
que Nicole
wanted to move to Texas?
quería mudarse a Texas.
Sí.
Yes.
Who did she want to move to Texas with?
¿Con quién se quería mudar a Texas?
Con Daniel.
With Daniel.
Did they eventually move to
Ellos
Texas and
se
leave?
mudaron a Texas y se fueron allá.
Voy a decir unas cositas largas, ¿ok?
I'm going to say some long things.
Partes.
Antes del viaje,
Before the
antes de-
trip.
ellos habían...
Espérate, objeción, objeción.
Sustain.
¿Se sostiene la objeción?
Porque dice que es una respuesta de sí o no.
Did they move to Texas?
¿Ellos se mudaron a Texas?
Sí.
Yes.
Did she take Dominic and Avani with her?
¿Ella se llevó a Dominic y a Vani con ella?
Sí.
Yes.
And when they came to Texas, were you still trying to be in communication with them?
Tratando de estar en comunicación con ellos.
Sí, pero no podía.
Yes, but I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
¿Qué quiere decir con que no podía?
No contestaba las llamadas.
They were not answering the calls.
Would many days go by before you were able to talk to
Pasaron
Nicole?
muchos días antes de que usted pudiese hablar con Nicole.
Sí, un par de días.
Yes, a couple of days.
Then sometime in late
En algún momento,
July
a finales de
of
agosto
2021,
del 2021,
did you receive a phone call from Nicole Aguilar requesting her passport?
solicitando su pasaporte. Solicitando el pasaporte.
Asking for her passport?
Correct. Or asking for her passport?
O pidiendo un pasaporte.
Eso no me acuerdo. No sé si ella me pidió o yo le dije a ella.
I don't remember.
Porque-
I don't know if she asked or I told her.
Did you learn that she was in another country?
¿Usted
Porque
se enteró que ella estaba en otro país?
Because
ella me dijo que iban para Costa Rica.
she told me they were going over to Costa Rica.
At that point, when she told you that they were going to Costa Rica, did you ask about
¿Usted
your
le
grandchildren?
preguntó en cuanto a sus nietos?
Sí.
Yes.
What did you ask her?
¿Y qué fue lo que usted le preguntó a ella?
Que cómo estaban los niños.
Asking how the children were.
What did she say?
¿Y qué dijo ella?
Que estaban bien.
That they were okay.
At some point, while she was traveling to Costa Rica, did you ask to speak to Dominic?
¿Usted pidió hablar con Dominique?
Sí.
Yes.
What did she tell you?
¿Y qué fue lo que ella le dijo a usted?
Que estaban durmiendo. No. Nunca hablé con ellos.
That they were asleep. No, I never spoke to them.
Does Nicole know how to drive?
¿Nicole sabe manejar?
No.
No.
And your, who's Christian Aguilar?
¿Quién es Cristian Aguilar?
El papá de Nicole.
Nicole's father.
And where does he live?
¿Y dónde vive él?
Costa Rica.
In Costa Rica.
At some point, did you find out that Nicole arrived in Costa
¿En
Rica?
Costa Rica? ¿A Costa Rica?
Sí.
Yes.
Who did she arrive in Costa Rica with?
¿Con quién llegó a Costa Rica?
Con Daniel.
With Daniel.
And who else?
¿Y quién más?
Pues yo creía con Iván y Dominic.
Well, I thought it was with Ivan and Dominic.
Did you learn, what did you learn after that though?
Y se enteró, bueno, ¿qué fue lo que se enteró después de eso?
Me enteré que solo llegó Iván.
I found out that only Ivan arrived.
Did you go to Costa Rica?
¿Usted fue a Costa Rica?
Sí.
Yes.
Why did you go to Costa Rica?
¿Por qué fue a Costa Rica?
Porque quería ver a mis niños.
Because I wanted to see my children.
When you arrived to Costa Rica,
¿Cuándo ella llegó a Costa Rica?
did you ask Nicole where Dominic was?
¿Usted le preguntó a Nicole dónde estaba Dominique?
Sí.
Yes.
And what did she say?
¿Y qué fue lo que ella le dijo a usted?
Que no pudo traerlo porque estaba enfermo.
That she was not able to bring him because he was sick.
Where did she say he was?
¿Y dónde dijo ella que estaba él?
Con una amiga de Daniel.
With a friend of Daniel's.
Where?
¿Dónde?
No dijo.
She didn't say.
Did she later change her story to
Ella
you
después cambió su historia a usted.
and tell you where Dominic
¿Y
was?
le dijo dónde estaba Dominique?
Sí.
Yes.
What did she say?
¿Y qué fue lo que le dijo?
Me llamó por teléfono.
She called me on the phone
La mañana que me enteré
the morning that I found out
que Dominic había fallecido.
that Dominic had passed away.
Así me enteré.
That's the way I found out.
Ella me dijo,
She told me,
mami, no pude salvarlo.
Mommy, I was not able to save.
¿Cómo que su Ok, sí, puede ser.
Did you ask her
¿Usted le preguntó a ella
or try to find out where his body was?
dónde estaba el cuerpo de él?
Sí.
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
¿Y qué fue lo que ella le dijo a usted?
I don't remember.
Eventually, did you and Nicole go to Colorado?
¿Usted y Nicole fueron a Colorado eventualmente?
Sí.
Yes.
Why did you go to Colorado?
¿Y por qué fueron a Colorado?
A buscar a Dominic.
To look for Dominic.
At the time that you were on your way to Colorado,
Estaba en camino a Colorado.
did Nicole ever tell you about
Nicole
how they or where they put Dominic's body?
¿O dónde fue que pusieron el cuerpo de Dominique?
No.
No.
When you were in Costa Rica,
Cuando usted estaba en Costa Rica,
did you see Daniel Garcia?
¿vio usted a Daniel Garcia?
Sí,
Yes.
Where did you see him?
¿Dónde lo vio?
donde vivía el papá de Nicole, donde ellos llegaron.
Where Nicole's father lived, where they arrived.
Approach witness, Judge.
Se va a acercar a la testigo.
Showing you State's Exhibit
Estoy
14.
enseñando la prueba número 14.
Sí.
Fiscalía.
Yes?
State's Exhibit 14 is a photo. Who's that? Who's in that photo?
Sí.
Está
Sí.
en esa fotografía.
Sí,
Yes,
Daniel.
yes, yes, Daniel.
Daniel.
And where was
Daniel.
that photo taken?
En la casa de
Espera,
Cristian.
espera, espera. ¿Dónde se sacó la foto?
En la casa de Cristian, donde ellos llegaron.
At Christian's house, where they arrived.
Did you also see Daniel's car
¿El carro de Daniel?
Sí,
Yes.
in Costa Rica?
En Costa
Sí.
Rica.
Yes.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 13, or has been admitted as State's Exhibit 13.
Como la prueba número 13.
sí,
What is
Yes.
that?
¿Y qué es
sí.
eso?
Yes.
El carro de Daniel.
Daniel's car.
And was that in Costa Rica?
¿Eso
Sí.
fue en Costa Rica?
Yes.
When you were in Costa Rica
Usted estaba en Costa Rica.
and Nicole was there and
Nicole
Daniel
estaba
was
ahí,
there,
Y Daniel estaba ahí.
what was Daniel's demeanor like when you would try to talk to
De
Nicole?
Daniel, cuando usted trataba de hablar con Nicole.
No podía hablar con Nicole.
I couldn't speak to Nicole.
Él estaba around.
He was around.
No, yo no hablé con ella.
I didn't speak to her.
Were you able to speak to her
¿Pudo
when
usted
Daniel was
hablar
not
con
around?
ella cuando Daniel no estaba alrededor?
Yo solo estuve yo chequé bien, de sábado para domingo.
I was only from Saturday to Sunday.
No tuve la oportunidad de hablar con ella.
I did not have a chance to speak with her.
When did you finally get the opportunity to speak with her?
¿Cuándo finalmente tuvo la oportunidad de hablar con ella?
Cuando ya se llevaron a Daniel.
When they then took Daniel.
When Daniel left.
Cuando Daniel se fue.
Sí,
Yes.
Then at some point Daniel was no longer there and you were able to talk to Nicole?
¿Hablar con Nicole?
poquito.
A little bit.
When Dominic
Cuando
was in Texas,
estaba en Texas.
in the last weeks of
Las
July
últimas semanas de julio
in 2021,
del 2021.
were you ever able to FaceTime
¿Usted
with Dominic?
pudo hacer FaceTime con Dominic?
No,
No.
Did you ever try?
¿En algún momento usted trató?
sí,
Yes.
And after you tried,
Después de que trató,
what would be told to you,
¿qué
or
le
how?
decían a usted?
Why were you not able to?
¿Por qué es que no pudo hacerlo?
Object speculation here, so Your Honor.
That's the same.
No contestó.
That's what it was, Judge.
Ya
No
no tiene más
question.
preguntas y el señor no tiene
Maybe this one is the excuse.
Yes,
¿Se
Your Honor.
puede retirar? Sí, esa señoría.
Oh, we got a few questions, Judge.
Perdón, un par de preguntitas más. Muy bien.
So,
Entonces,
when
cuando
after Dominic's body was found
después de que se
in
encontró el
Colorado,
cuerpo de Dominic en Colorado,
were you then contacted by law enforcement about the
en
remains?
cuanto a los restos,
sí.
Yes.
Where are the remains currently?
actualmente, ¿dónde se encuentran los restos?
En mi casa.
At my house.
What process? Was Dominic cremated?
¿A Dominic lo quemaron?
Sí.
Yes,
And were you the person that chose that form
Usted es la persona que se
for his remains?
en el formulario para los restos de él.
El papá de Dominic también.
Dominic's father as well.
And did anybody at the police or FBI or any DA's office tell you that the remains of Dominic should be cremated?
¿Deberían de ser cremados?
No.
No.
That's what it's.
Ya no
No
tiene más
question.
preguntas, ya no tiene más preguntas.
Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Gracias, señora, se puede retirar.
Our next witness.
Me?
She can be excused.
Sí, usted se puede retirar.
Our next witness, please.
They call it Desiree Aguilar.
Your Honor, is the interpreter needed for the
Yes.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Your Honor, move it.
Yes. Thank you, you may be seated. Take call your next witness.
State call Samantha Perez.
You may proceed.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Yes, I am Samantha Perez, a former girlfriend of Daniel Garcia, and my last name is spelled P-E-R-E-Z.
Do you have children?
Yes, I have two. They are Alexander Garcia and Daniela Garcia.
And how old is Daniela?
Daniela is 7 now, and Alexander is 5.
And what grade is Daniela in?
She just finished first grade.
And do you know a Daniel Garcia?
Yes,
And is he the father of Daniela Garcia and Alexander Garcia?
yes, he is.
Do you see Daniel Garcia in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He is wearing a blue button-up.
Does the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
And so, while you were in a relationship with the defendant, Daniel Garcia, you had 2 children,
Yes,
and did y'all live in Florida?
on and off, yes.
At some point, did you move to Texas with your children?
Yes,
And in 2021, around late June to early July, did the defendant move to Texas?
yes, he did.
And who did he move with?
Nicole and her 2 kids.
And do you remember what those 2 kids' names are?
Ivani and Dominic.
And where were they staying when they came to Texas?
They stayed at multiple hotels throughout San Antonio.
Was one of those hotels a Homewood Suites in the Fort Sam area?
Yes,
And then the other 2 hotels was one off Wurzbach and another one off I-35, South I-35.
yes,
And while they were staying here, would Daniela and Alexander stay with them?
yes, they did.
Would they stay with them overnight?
Yes,
And was that for days at a time?
yes, it was.
And at these different hotel locations, would you go and pick up your kids?
Yes, I did.
So you were familiar and you had the addresses of those places?
Yes,
Person approach it.
Yes.
So you must be marked as States Exhibit 16 and States Exhibit 17. What are these?
those are locations of the hotels.
Okay. Are these is this the States Exhibit 16? Is that the location of the hotel at Wurzbach?
Yes,
And States Exhibit 17, is that the one off of I-35?
yes, it is.
And then there was a third hotel. Was that the one off the Fort Sam?
Yes, that was the 3rd hotel.
And these printouts, are they true and correct copies of the hotels that your children were staying at?
Yes, they are.
State moves to admit what's been marked as States Exhibit 16 and States Exhibit 17. Is that right?
No further objections, Your Honor. State 16 and 17 are edits.
While or after your relationship with the defendant, and while the defendant, was he in a relationship with Nicole Aguilar?
Yes,
Was it ever communicated to you by the defendant, Daniel Garcia, about his thoughts on the disciplining of children and his philosophy differences between himself and Nicole.
Yes, it was.
And what was that communicated?
It was communicated that they don't discipline the same, and that, I mean, how do I put this? They just had different parenting styles.
What did you take that to mean?
I mean, when he told me at first, I kind of questioned.
speculation.
Overruled?
You can answer.
I mean, I questioned it. I mean, I don't know how to say this other than when we spoke about it, they had two different parenting styles. One was very kind of relaxed, and the other was more authoritative. And one followed through with physical punishment, and the other did not.
And the one who followed through with physical punishment, who was that?
Daniel.
While the defendant was in San Antonio in July of 2021 with Nicole's children, Dominic and Avani, in the Fort Sam area with that hotel, the Wood Spring Suites, were Daniela, and Alexander staying there?
Yes.
And they would stay the night?
Yes, they did.
On July 25th, at 2:25 in the morning, do you recall receiving a text message from the defendant?
I saw it when I woke up, yes.
The first witness, Judge?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It is from Daniel's phone. I was asking him if the kids were awake so I could speak to them. And then he responded that he didn't see it, or he didn't see my message. He went to the store. He told me what room they were staying at, what room number it was. And then it says to let him know when to call so I can speak to the kids. And then after that, in the morning, he says, "Are you awake? I need to drop the kids off. Had an emergency, need to head back to Miami."
And this text message, is this a true and correct copy of the text message that Daniel sent to you at 2:35 in the morning, 2:25 in the morning on July 25th, 2021?
Yes, it is.
State moves to offer what's been marked as State's Exhibit 18 as evidence.
No further objections, Your Honor.
State 18, is that good?
First step published, Judge?
Yes.
So on the screen, we see State's Exhibit 18, and that's a printout of a text message, and then at 2:25 in the morning on July 25th, 2021, we see the text message of, "Are you awake? I need to drop the kids off. Had an emergency, need to head back to Miami." So you guys were in constant, in regular communication during the time that he was staying here in San Antonio?
Yes, we were.
At any point before this text message or after this text message, did he reach out to you and say that he needed medical assistance for Dominic Aguilar or help or anything like that?
No, he did not.
And approach, Judge?
Yes.
And to approach the monitor. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. into the screen. So on the screen, I am showing you State's Exhibit 5, which has been admitted to evidence. And it is timestamped at July 25th, 12:09 in the morning, which is about 2 hours from the time that that text message was sent. Do you see the screen?
Yes, I do.
So I'm pausing it at 12:11 a.m. Can you identify the people that we see on the screen right now?
Yes, it's Ivani, Alexander, Nicole, and it looks like Daniel's in the back.
So I'll play it. So I'm stopping at 12:11 a.m. 44. Who do we see on the screen?
You see Daniel and Dominic walking down the stairs.
And when you say Daniel, is that the defendant?
Yes, it is.
And Nicole had 2 children,
Yes,
and their names were?
Dominic and Ivani.
Fast forward it to 12:16 in the morning. Who do we see on the screen?
Daniel and Ivani going up the stairs.
What child is that?
I don't know what I said. Dominic, not Ivani.
And that's at 12:16 in the morning. So your text message is at 2:35 in the morning? Is that correct?
Yes,
And then the next morning, did you receive other text messages from the defendant?
yes, I did.
Were they from his phone?
No, he texted me hours later from Nicole's cell phone.
Showing you and so before we get into those text messages, did you have Nicole's phone number saved with your phone?
Yes, I did.
Personal witness, Judge?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 19. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
without reading the contents of it, is that a text message to you by Daniel Garcia
Yes.
from Nicole's phone?
Yes, it is.
Does Daniel address himself in that text message?
Yes, he does.
Is that a true and correct copy of a text message that you received from Daniel using Nicole's phone?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 19 into evidence.
Your Honor, I object to hearsay authentication and to relevancy. I don't know who,
But I didn't catch the last part.
it could be Nicole using his phone, claiming that it's Daniel.
That's argument, so yes, it's overruled.
Proof of postage.
Yes.
So on the screen, we see State's Exhibit number 19, and it reads, "Hey Sam, it's Daniel. My phone's messed up. Can I drop the kids off with you today? Like I mentioned, something came up and I need to head to Miami. Not sure if I'll be able to drive them back before school starts." And he references that he has to work about 12 hours a day for the next 2 weeks for this, and that his mom had surgery, so she can't help watch the kids.
Correct.
The defendant from the Miami area.
Yes, he is.
And so this communication, were you thinking that the defendant had the intent to go to Miami, Florida?
I did originally, yes.
Did you later then go pick up the kids?
Yes, I did.
And then, once you picked up the kids, did you pick them up at the hotel in the Fort Sam area, the Wood Springs Suites?
Yes, I did.
What was Daniela's demeanor like?
At first, she looked really sad when I picked her up. And then when I got her in the car and started driving away, she seemed stressed out and she was crying and throwing a tantrum.
After that day, did you communicate with the defendant via cell phone from Nicole's cell phone number?
Yes.
And were those text messages?
They were a mixture of text messages and FaceTime calls.
Were there times that you were communicating with the defendant from your cell phone to Nicole's cell phone and the signal was poor or bad?
Yes, there were multiple times. Sometimes he would let me know or just not respond.
At any point before or after the text message that we see on the screen, State's Exhibit 19, did he indicate to you that he needed help, medical assistance, or anything like that for the child Dominic Eckler?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that he was on his way to Colorado?
No.
Were you under the belief that he was going to Florida to go work?
Yes, I was.
At any point did he tell you that he was in Mexico?
No.
My personal instinct?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 20. State's Exhibit 21. State's Exhibit 22. State's Exhibit 23. State's Exhibit 24. State's Exhibit 25. State's Exhibit 26. State's Exhibit 27. State's Exhibit 28. Let me get these other ones marked. So from State's Exhibit could you review State's Exhibits 20 through 28? Could you tell me whether they are fair and accurate or a true and correct copy of the text messages that you received from the defendant, Daniel Garcia, from Nicole's cell phone?
Yes, they are.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 29, 30, 31, and 32. If I may approach again, please.
Yes.
Can you go through these and let me know, are these a true and correct copy of the text messages that you received from the defendant, Daniel Garcia, from Nicole Aguilar's cell phone?
Yes, they are.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibits 20 through 32 into evidence, Judge.
Objections?
May we review your honor?
Yes.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes. Everything else good to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What I said for the record stands.
Who's Arden Acosta?
That is Daniel's mother.
And so she's the grandmother of your children,
Yes,
or I guess one of the grandmothers.
yes.
Is her phone number 305-505-5049?
Yes,
And is that a number that you've called and had regular contact with?
yes, it is.
You have permission to brush it?
Yes.
And permission to publish?
Okay.
So we see State's Exhibit 19, you ask him about traveling all the way back to Miami just to work.
Yes, I do.
And he actually gives you a response. When I say he, is the defendant. In Exhibit 20, what we see is the work crew is from Miami. We just picked up a new contract, and they want us working by Wednesday. But that's a bunch of moving around the state, at least visiting 2 cities. I believe it's Tampa and Orlando. It's my last contract, kind of needed the money, that's why I'm asking you. At any point, did he call you and tell you, hey, I actually need some help because I have a child that's in need of some medical assistance?
No, he did not.
So in State's Exhibit 21, he's discussing, not sure, you ask him, when would you be back to San Antonio then? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what was his response on State's Exhibit 21?
He said, not sure. It's supposed to be between 2 to 3 weeks, but if there's a snag, I can be here upward to a month.
And then the next text, you're discussing about all this going back and forth and money and all that. And you ask him, because again, was that at that time that his plan was to move here to San Antonio so that he could be closer to your children?
Yes, it was.
And so what was his response to your inquiries on that?
He pretty much stated that's why he needed to do this. He needs to be stable and have a good safety net when he moves.
And so was there some, I guess, abruptness to his request for you to pick up the kids that day?
Yes, I was.
Were you expecting it?
I was not.
So we'll move on to State's Exhibit 23. You ask if it's possible for you to get them tomorrow after work.
Yes, I do.
And what was his response?
No, that he will not be here tomorrow. He said he needed to leave that day.
And then you tell him, again, that tomorrow works better for you and that you'd be there by 9 a.m., but what's his response?
He said, I have to leave today, Sam. I can drop them off at your mom's if you want.
And you do eventually agree and go to the hotel, is that right?
Yes, I do.
And when you're there, who do you meet there?
I meet Daniel with my 2 kids, Danielle and Alexander, outside.
Who else did you see there?
Nobody.
And you told him you'd be there in about 30, 40 minutes, and he was asking where you were in your ETA, which estimated time of arrival.
Yes.
And then after this, were there still attempts, I guess, for you to communicate with him and him to communicate with his children?
Yes, I was.
And so we move on to State's Exhibit 25. Daniela does want to talk to him or wants to call.
Yes.
And we see FT or just regular call. What does FT mean?
That means FaceTime.
Was that something that y'all would do with the children with FaceTime?
Yes.
And at any point, while you knew Nicole, did you speak to her on her cell phone?
No, I never did.
Did you ever FaceTime with her on her cell phone?
No.
And we see he responds that the connection is horrible. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Then later, you're asking if the kids can call at 6 instead of 7 today?
Yes.
And that's on the 26th.
Yes, it is.
And what was his response?
He said, yeah, but I don't really have good signal. And then a little while later said, hey, I have really bad signal. I'll talk to them tomorrow.
And let's go all the way to August 14th. Were you still communicating with him on Nicole's cell phone?
Yes, I was.
And based on this text message, was the signal still bad or weak?
It appears so.
So we see on August 14th, he asks you if they're calling, and what was your response?
I said they called twice, no answer.
And what was his response?
Didn't get the call, must be signal, and then he asked if they're sleeping.
At some point, Commissioner Prosecution? So I'm showing you what's been entered as State's Exhibit number 12. Let me brush it. So we see a series of numbers. It says originating number and terminating number. These are AT&T records. On this first page, do you see any calls to Arlen Acosta's phone number?
No.
And so we see dates over here, and this starts on July 20th of 2021,
Yes, that's correct.
and it goes to item 15, which is July 22nd, 2021.
Yes.
And so on these series of records and calls, we don't see any interaction between this phone number and Arlen Acosta.
No, none.
So let's move to the second page. We see dates from July 22nd to item 31, July 25th. Do you see any calls to Arlen Acosta?
I see one call on July 25th.
And that's item number 31.
Yes.
So before that call, July 25th, 2021, do we see any other calls to Arlen Acosta or calls from Arlen Acosta?
No.
And now I'm showing you page 3. Do we see calls to or calls from Arlen Acosta? How many?
Multiple.
Okay, so we see item 32, which is July 25th of 2021. Is there an interaction between the phone and Arlen Acosta's phone number?
Yes.
What about item 33?
Yes.
What about item 34?
Yes.
What about item 35?
Judge, can you approach?
Yes.
And so looking at, may I proceed, Judge?
Yes.
Looking at this document, page 3, do we see the interactions of this phone number and Arlen Acosta's phone number multiple times on this page?
Yes, you do.
And this is from a date range of July 25th, 2021 to July 26th, 2021.
Yes.
Then we go to page 4. Are there multiple interactions with this phone number of Arlen Acosta, this phone number and Arlen Acosta's phone number?
Yes.
And now we're in the date range of July 27th. Do we see multiple interactions between Arlen Acosta's phone number and this phone number?
Yes.
And we'll skip ahead to July 28th. Do we see interactions between Arlen Acosta's phone number and this phone number?
Yes, you do.
Then, at some point in August of 2021, did you FaceTime with the defendant from a different phone number?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the last time you FaceTimed with the defendant?
Yes, I do.
And when was that?
It was right before he got arrested in August of 2021.
Based on that FaceTime, that interaction, were you able to tell where he was?
Yes,
Where was he?
he was in an airport.
And do you know what country?
At the time I did, he was in Costa Rica.
Judge, I'm your friend.
Daniela is your daughter?
Yes, she is.
At any point, have you told her or coached her on what she should say?
No, never.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
Is she excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam. You may step down. You don't have any other witnesses, correct, Mr. Salinas, for today?
Not for today, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess trial for today. Tomorrow, I have a very long morning docket, so rather than making you wait all morning, I'm going to ask that we start at 1:30. Based on what they have told me and the witnesses they have tomorrow, we can finish those witnesses if we start at 1:30. Okay, so I'll see you here tomorrow at 1:30, and I do expect to work Friday based on what the attorneys are telling me. It sounds like at least half a day from what the witnesses that are going to be here. So it's possible Friday we may finish early before the long weekend, okay? And then we would be off until Tuesday after the holiday. Just to give you an overview, you remain under the same instructions. Thank you.